Hey there, we haven't forgotten you. We're just waiting for our meeting to gather. Kyle and Mark both are on the phone and we're working on it.
Perfect. Thank you.
So it used to be as long as I was.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome,
Yeah.
Mark and Kyle Kiras. Just confirming that you can hear us, Kyle? Okay, excellent. Thank you. Well, we, within the last 15 minutes, received notification that John Hughes, our president, is unable to attend today. So thankfully, Katie has agreed to step in, and to assist us as we start our meeting. We do have a quorum, so we are good. Especially since we have two online. Thank you, Kyle, for coming in on out of town for us. And thank you, Mark. I hope to hear from both of you today. Okay.
All right, so we'll call the meeting to order, start with roll call.
Elise Leibniz.
Excused.
And here. Lonnie McGregor. Here. Marilyn Scarborough.
Excused.
Catherine Murray. Leanna Tapia. Here. John Hughes.
Excused.
Kathleen Lemka.
Here.
Katie Dobler.
Here.
Karen Bolliger.
Here.
Kyle Hedquist.
Here.
Here.
Lisa Haynes.
Here.
Lynn Tribbett.
Here.
Lorinda Knight. Mark Kiernan.
Here.
Raymond Kelly.
Here.
Marilyn Daly Blair.
Here.
Benoit Barth. Here. Jasmine Cilio. Here. Bonnie Kadich. Wendy Kilgore. Here. And Heidi Miller.
Here. Any introductions? Okay, there.
I don't, is there any?
Any introductions? Everyone looks the same around this table, so I think we have a right. Any announcements? Cabbage.
Any announcements? Did you want to share your information at this point, or do you want to talk later?
I can share it at this point. Excuse me. We had a visitor last week, coordinator with a program that stated that their program was exempt from eviction laws in the state of Oregon in terms of having somebody move into their house and sign a lease. And that's from what I looked up the Oregon law and talked to a lawyer friend of mine, and that's not true. If you do have somebody on a lease in your house, you must go through the eviction process to get rid of them. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So by looking that information up, this was a follow-up to our Home Share Oregon. It just reaffirms, we talked about doing a panel where we have Home Share Oregon and maybe legal aid and like a panel of people to help us get to the bottom of, how could co-housing work? And thank you for looking that information up. I think it's good to know, it's a new program for us in Salem, fairly new. And we want to partner with them in the right way. And we still believe it's a good option. It's just how do we support people doing it correctly?
And knowing what they're getting themselves into.
That's right.
I think I'd like to make an announcement. At the last Friends Board meeting, we went over actually the same sticky papers that we did the last meeting and talked about strategic planning, and the board was very in favor of it and very interested in it. And several people took pictures of the papers so that they could study them at great length, because we'll have a presentation on December 4th, our next meeting, of the next step of the strategic planning.
Thank you. All right. So go on to approve the agenda, but first, any additions or deletions to the agenda today?
I move that we approve the agenda as stands. That's good. As standing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So the agenda is approved as it stands. Okay, any public comment? Going online either? Okay. The next up is action and discussion items. So, the future planning team. That's us.
Yeah, that's us. Do you want to give just a brief little overview and then I'm going to be
Sure.
talking about the historical perspective?
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes. So, we sent out an email, Marilyn and I met, gosh, it's a couple weeks ago, like 3 weeks ago, the email went out. So ago, and you all received that, thank you. We just found some helpful links online, as I was doing that research. Just using ChatGPT actually to do some more research on, comparative centers and what's happening out there. And, again, the information was briefly also shared with the Friends Board, and that further conversation, kind of this back and forth dialogue will happen between this group and that group over the next, 8 months and longer. And then, as we talked about, we'll be bringing in other community stakeholders to provide input and dialogue as well. But we thought it was important to really take a step back and talk about the history, and lead people through people that have been here, just as a refresher, but there's a lot of new faces here. And so how can we incorporate more information into the meeting so that you have more knowledge as you help set the picture?
Very good. Any questions before I leap into the historical perspective of the strategic operation plan? Well, so the goal of today is I have a staff report that's gonna go to council, and it's just letting them know it's an information report that the advisory commission will be moving forward with the update of the strategic operation plan for Center 50+. So, many of you have heard my story, and I'm sorry, but I only have so many stories, so you're gonna have to hear them over again. But in 1997, Salem Senior Center was, we were opened in 1976. And we have a long history of seniors partnering with the city of Salem and collaborating partners, agencies, to create a center for all. And we were located down the road where Salem Clinic is located now, on Erickson Street. We were very happy there from 1976 till 2008 when we built this facility. But that original building was built to be a senior center. So it wasn't like we inherited an old building. We had a group of people that created a plan, executed a plan, and built a senior center. And we were very happy there for many, many years. And through that time, it was always volunteer driven and a very, very little budget. Ran with a small staffing, primarily volunteers. We rented spaces. There was just a lot of things that went into the generating of revenue, but it was actually a pretty small general fund budget for the city of Salem. Even in light of that, it consistently was identified for cuts and closures. And in 1997-98, the city of Salem was in a very similar space that we were in recently when we passed the levy. And Salem Senior Center was on the potential closure list. And so when they hired, they hired a new director, and we did some downsizing and cleaning out, getting our budget even smaller and trying to rebuild from there. But we committed to identifying a new way of doing business. And so because of the closure opportunity, a group of seniors made up of the advisory commission and a nice big chunk of our partners went before city council and said, give us a year to figure out, to do a strategic plan and determine if the way we're operating is the best way of operating. And in that plan, and you have been given that plan, It had 4 strategic goals, but 4 things that they were really looking at. Is our funding stable and what could be different? Are we partnering properly and collaborating the way we should be? Is there a better way to do it? Should we be a city-operated facility? That was a big question. How should we operate? How do we compare to other centers in our operations? And then, of course, are we doing our job? Are we providing cutting-edge programming? Are we serving the community? And so those were the big questions. And so over a course of a year, we held meetings with stakeholders, focus groups, seniors. We did a written survey tool. We went and toured other facilities. We explored via phone because we didn't have any money, senior centers from all over the country. And we did some best practice conversations. What are the best practices? And so after the course of a year, we presented the strategic plan that you see in front of you. Few words have been revised, but we created a work plan that follows the structure of those foundational goals. So the work plan is what guides us as an advisory commission, and it guides the staff. But that work plan has action items that are not necessarily included in the foundational strategic plan, meaning we have our big concepts, volunteerism, cutting edge programming, collaboration, and stable funding resources. So what we learned from that whole conversation and that year-long evaluation is that we were already doing things kind of differently. There were 100% run nonprofit senior centers, and there were 100% run municipality senior centers or districts, but in a tax base of some kind. And then there was Salem Senior Center, which was really working with 2 groups, a nonprofit and the city of Salem. So that hybrid model of a nonprofit partnering with the city of Salem made it into the plan. That it was identified as more of a stable operating plan because nonprofits struggle and the city of Salem struggle. So maybe the 2 together wouldn't struggle so much. And that was under the category of stability and vitality. And so, the historical perspective of that is that Friends was identified as a key partner, our 501c3, but Friends committed to do more. And at the time, they actually spoke about being a key partner and being in 50-50 partnership with the city, where half came from our own resources, including Friends, fees, everything we could generate revenue-wise on our own, and then the city of Salem would give us 50%. And we have gone up and down in the course of our existence. We've hit 50% multiple times, and we've hit 40%. And the city was 60% because of the fluidity of budgets and the building of this facility and the growth. So we've had some catch up to do. But all the time that this group was meeting, 50-50 was the goal. And the strengthening of the Friends organization and the building of a foundation. And that's stability and vitality. The other was meeting with our stakeholders. And when we were in our old space, we always had tenants. We had AARP's employment and training program at one time. We had RSVP volunteer program at one time. But we've always had agency partners housed in the building. And we also had agency partners that were participating at the center, but they were not always represented on the council, on the commission. And so a part of this strategic plan was to expand our advisory commission and our leadership base to include agency partners. And because one of the things that came out of our conversations with our stakeholders is they were invested, but they wanted to be invested at a leadership level. And that there would be some benefit in avoiding duplication if our partners were more wedded with us. The other about that I want to point out is we had a lot of agencies that were practically in the building for free. Actually, I think a couple of them were just in the building for free. And they had a phone line, they used our copy machine, there was all sorts of things. So yes, we had a collaborative partner, but they weren't really an even partner. We were kind of taking the burden from them. Actually, Senior Townhouse, perfect example. The Meals on Wheels and Congregate Meal Site were in the building rent-free. And we maintained the kitchen. We provided all their utilities and all of the space. And they brought the staff and they brought the food. Now, that was a really great model because we wanted them in the building so badly. It was such a key piece. But it came a point that we didn't have the resources to support that agency the same way. And so by bringing Townhouse, Meals on Wheels onto the board, on the advisory commission, they were more wedded in the understanding that operationally, what we needed operationally. Then they became not tenants, but co-partners that assisted financially. So that was the collaboration discussion. It was about making it equal or closer to equal because our wagon no longer could be hitched to. We just didn't have the resources. That was a change because of and was identified in the plan. The other was volunteerism. It is a foundational piece here at the center, not just because we need people to help us, but because volunteerism is good for our health. And that if we kind of flip the switch of what does volunteerism mean about not just, hey, what can you do for us because we need free labor, to how are we partnered with our volunteers so that it is a win-win. They're growing, they're achieving their things that they're passionate about, and we have great leadership for our programming, and we get a workforce. And so it was looking at our volunteer work structure. And what came out of that was an investment in our staffing model to support volunteers. Now, the history of that is we had a volunteer coordinator, and the very first position cut during budget crises is our volunteer coordinator. So we have continually struggled with staffing for that, but we have never lost the foundational piece. And then last, it was cutting edge programming. Are we doing what we're doing? Are we doing what we're supposed to be doing? And are we serving the community? And that came from survey tools and patron information and data points. That was really, really important. And do we compare to other centers locally and nationally? Because a part of that strategic plan is we want to be all that we can be. And we always want out of that was we became a nationally accredited senior center, not once, but twice. That is why we maintain a communication and a piece of the educational pieces that come out of National Council on Aging. That's why we pursue awards and recognition from our state and from our federal agencies, because we want to demonstrate to the community that we're providing cutting edge programming and that we're addressing those needs. Are all four of those the goals? Is that it? Did I hit them all? Okay. So the strategic plan went to council in 1999 finally, and we bought ourselves a year. And then at the end of that year, we bought ourselves another 6 months, and they allowed us to hire some staffing. We hired a resource development coordinator to help with revenue generation. We hired a volunteer coordinator to manage volunteers. And we hired a program coordinator for our lifelong learning. And there was a period of about 8 years that we felt really good because we had those pieces in place. But that was a really, at that time when we went to council, we asked them to recommit to what we had found out and to recommit to supporting Center 50 Plus, Salem Senior Center at the time. And they did commit. They committed to, we helped you open in 1976. We had a plan then, we had a vision then, and we're recommitting, but we need our 501c3 to raise more money. We need our partners to contribute fully, and you better be using a huge workforce of volunteers. And we were able to do that for a long time. Those positions were successful and were a piece of that strategic plan. So they approved it, they blessed it, and honestly, that is what launched us in the beginning of 2003 to explore renovation of the old building. And we started down the path of renovating the old building. We did a few improvements. I wanted a coffee bar so bad, and I got a donated jewelry case, and I pushed it out in the hallway, and I put the cocoa and the coffee out there in the morning. And it just didn't matter how much I did with that. It just wasn't gonna be a coffee bar. And we had a lobby, and it was kind of tucked over in the corner. I called it the timeout room. And dirty, dingy furniture that needed replaced, and no one used it. And I wanted a lobby so bad that people gathered in. So I just kept moving that coffee bar all over the place. And I wanted a fitness room. So I put out furniture, bikes and stuff in a glass room. Greenhouse that had air conditioning, wanted to make it a fitness room. And we just kept trying. And then we got the notice about the asbestos abatement that needed to be done. And there was all sorts of things that needed to be done. And so we started talking about what would it look like to do a full renovation. And we went out for a bond, not a levy, not an operating levy, but a bond. And it did not pass. And we would have gotten 1 million to do the renovations. And you know, that sounds like a lot of money back then, but that half of that was going to asbestos abatement. And so, so that didn't pass. And our council and our mayor at the time started getting asked by Salem Clinic for our property. They needed to expand Salem Clinic, and if they weren't able to expand, there was a chance they were going to leave Northeast Salem. And we did not want to lose healthcare out in this neck of the woods. And so our council took the strategic operation plan that we had, and our mayors and a few local philanthropists started talking about what's the future of Center 50 Plus or Salem Senior Center, and could we move? Could we build? And could it be a win-win? Salem Clinic gets their space, Center 50 Plus gets their place. And so between 2003 and 2006, we were accredited nationally, and we went into building design and a whole new conversation about what Salem Senior Center was going to be. And that is what led us to Center 50 Plus. The renaming, the building, and all that went in started with that. So we went along and we've been doing good. We lost 3 positions here at Center 50 Plus. All 3 of those ones that were given to us through the strategic plans were lost. In 2008, when we opened, in 2009, everything in the world crashed. And if we probably didn't have a brand new building, we probably would have been on the closure list again. But you can't really do that. Build a building. So they went into that process, and we made some reductions, and we've just kind of been not limping along, but we've been pursuing private funds to make any adjustments, changes here, because our budget really hasn't grown for service delivery since 2008. We've been reducing, holding the line, but costs have gone up. And the only way to address costs going up is the changes, is cuts. And so we've held the line, and we have an old strategic plan that has been our Bible. And now we're ready to go before council and follow the same process. Announce to them that we're doing this. Give them periodic updates of what we're learning and what direction we're going in. And then fall of 2026, presenting our strategic plan. Now, they are not going to vote whether we can do this. This is well within your charter. But they will vote to adopt the strategic plan in the end. This is, if you look at the strategic goals of this plan, those are some really good goals that we already have. I don't know if those are gonna go away, but I do know we've identified a few other goals that have come, that need to be added. This is high level. I keep reminding everybody, I started getting some lists from folks after the meeting, and those were program levels. And at the program level, I want you not to hesitate and wait for the strategic plan. If you have a program idea, program goal, conversation, that is not the high level we're talking about. That, I could already do that. We could do that tomorrow. So don't hold off on sharing really good ideas with us. But we're thinking high level strategic goals. Now we started in, we've been doing since 1976, we've always had a strategic plan. In 2000, whatever it was, 2000 was our first one. Then again in 2007, then again in 2011. All just reaffirming these foundational goals. And so that is why we're doing this now, is we are presenting that need to do that. So this is an information only, by the way, this is a draft, but the content of it is not going to change. It is meaning the strategic goal planning team is coming together and we're letting council know. And there might be some tweaking. Of course, I might work with Katie and have more of a schedule put in there. But right now it's just letting them know the work that we're doing. The other thing that's gonna go with this when we go to council, and I'm trying to go actually the last Monday of in this month, I think it's the 2nd and 4th. I think it's the Monday of Thanksgiving. I'm trying to take this just as an announcement to them with our work plan. And the work plan, Mindy.
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of their work plan? I think it just lays out when they're meeting, the holidays, the days of that one sheet.
Yeah, I don't have it up here.
So November 24th, the Monday before.
Yeah, is that the 4th?
The 24th?
Is that the
It
4th
is.
Monday of the month? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're meeting the 2nd and the 4th. And so this will go as an information only. But it will let them know what we're doing and the purpose, and I think this is important. Center 50+ Advisory Commission is well positioned to oversee the strategic operation planning process. Their established expertise, commitment to community engagement, and innovative approaches will ensure that the updated strategic plan effectively addresses the needs of our senior community and aligns with the city council's vision for the future. So I'm just letting them know, hey, we need to have our own piece of the big strategic plan, and we're gonna be producing that for you. And we have a year to do it. We originally talked about maybe doing it in 6 months. But I think this is going to be better because Friends organization is doing a lot of work as well. And they need to be a part of this whole big picture. Stability and vitality, #1 goal Friends is working on that. They're a part of that for sure, and they are going to be doing work at the same time. So I don't think we should squeeze it into 6 months. Frankly, I don't know if I can handle it 6 months. How about you, Katie?
Yes, I agree with you. 6 months is tight.
So if you would just take 3 minutes and take a view of this, and I will be seeking a motion to submit this to council and a vote on this. So take 3 minutes, take a little view of it. Now, how am I gonna send this to? How do I send this to Kyle?
Someone is, do you have it on? Email it. You didn't email it out to us.
No, but I'll go down to my. Kyle, I'm sending Kyle and Mark, I'm gonna go send this email to you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Just wonder who was at who was mayor. Like the year 2000. Wasn't it? Sorry. Very good.
Oh. And I would not pick up.
Oh, okay.
I've ever seen.
So this is
Just to finish, like to send it there.
I would not be. able to do that.
But this was, this is, you know, the more. Yes.
Yeah.
And I said, everything. And I remember I said, this was really good witness. We still feel good. So they have that out. Yeah. Fanny G. That she's. No, it wasn't Chuck. Poison Bennett's, it's like, really? Yeah. Been way back to whatever. Well, he was in for Wayne. I'm just starting. No, but I can. It was not. No, he was not mayor, he was.
Yeah, that's right.
Mayor, yeah.
Ask Mr. Goofy.
I feel like. And so what each number two.
Who was mayor 2020?
2000.
Mike Swain.
Is it same like everybody? It's the same.
Mike Swain.
It's Mike Swain.
97 to 2002.
That's right.
Swaim.
And
Oh,
so what is
yeah.
that?
Yep, there it is, oh, yeah. SWAI.
It's funny. My son keeps trying to follow me online. It's fine. I have not accepted his request.
She just.
I wasn't here a little bit ago. I mean, I was from, I've known her since I've been first grade, but.
It's none of us.
Her office is upstairs, right?
She's
Able to come out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
Okay, I have sent those. Did we have any conversation in regards to the staff report?
I do.
Yes.
One comment.
Oh,
Under facts and findings, sub 2, I would add business. So in adding business to the list of diverse representation, does a couple of things. I was appointed as a business owner. And it takes away any argument from the elected populace as to don't have full diversity. So I would do that. I would add business.
sounds good. So we have it under 3, community engagement, and we'll put it under 2, under diverse representation.
Yes, and
Okay.
I just need to my name spelled correctly, but I can. It's Catherine, Kathrine. On the second page.
Oh, well, let's spell that right now.
Oh,
It's my.
K-A-C-T.
Or Katie, either one. Catherine's my legal name.
And Marilyn, what day did you say that you were gonna be?
I'm trying to do this, the 4th Monday of the month.
Which is November 24th.
Thank you. So Marilyn, you mentioned the work plan and it's stating the dates when we meet. Will that reflect the changes to us not meeting every month, but meeting?
Yes. It will have the one we voted on, the change of dates. Yeah. We haven't sent that. We had some date months that we were not gonna meet.
Correct.
And that will be reflected in the work plan. It will also include, our partner updates that they're supposed to be speaking to this committee, that are a part of this group.
Okay.
So we want to make sure those are identified, because that's a part of the information gathering.
And will we get a copy of that as well?
Yeah, we sent the one out that was the one you voted on, so we'll send it again.
Okay, and then where do I get a copy of the strategic plan that was passed out last month?
It's the one that we've been using the last couple of years, and it came to you both, electronically as well as in person. It's kind of thick, whatever you want me to do, I can grab you one.
Well, that looks like one page. What I remember.
Yeah, that is
something
the action plan that goes within it, and that is the last one we have done.
Okay, because I have a big,
Yeah, I
Big thing.
remember that.
You have the book, and then this is just the one page
last
action
page.
plan.
okay,
And, is that an action plan, the action plan, or is that the age-friendly communities?
This is strategic operation plan goals,
Okay.
is what I have
Okay,
from the last meeting.
okay. So you have 2 big pieces of paper. You have one is the age-friendly communities initiative. And that is, available both in person or online. Everyone can look also at the online site that has everything age-friendly. So if you want the full report, which you did get, I mean, hopefully you got it. There was lots of things passed out last time, but you can also, make sure that you have that electronic.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good follow up.
And in the meantime, going to the City of Salem Center 50+ age-friendly communities area, really important. Take a look, see all the work that was done there, and then the annual report online as well. There's a section on advisory commission and then annual report. But yes, the work plan will be attached to this.
And we'll get a copy of it.
Yes.
So what is the goal, our main goal of doing a new strategic operation plan? I mean, why now?
It's really important right now because we passed operating levy and it has a 5-year ending date. And we want to use this time where we have some secure funding to to get us aligned with our future and determine if what we're doing is going to be the best plan of action. I also think that having a strategic plan that has a 2011 date on it probably isn't great. And so we want to revisit that. I think every 5 years is probably pretty good. I will tell you, the commission as a whole has revisited and discussed the plan every single year. We do it in about our annual report. We do it over and over again. Knowing that there could be a potential change in our funding stream, this is a time to visit. Knowing that we're the largest, first time ever are larger than the children's group 18 and under ever. That means that we need to make sure our strategic goals are positioned to address that. Knowing that our team here of agency partners have gone through major transition and change, and maybe we need new partners. That would be a piece of this, is discovering those. So those are the reasons for the timing, but I would say the passing of the levy and us kind of having an opportunity to not be in the survival mode, but more in a strategic planning time. This is the window to do it.
And when is that levy? When is the 5 years up for the levy?
Well, this is our first year in. Yeah, so it started July 1 and it will go 5 years. Okay, are you in town on the 24th?
Yes, I just put it on my calendar.
Okay.
And I'd like to come also.
What time is it at? 6 p.m.
As a library.
Kyle and Mark, have you had a chance to read it?
Yes, I have, and I also agree that the dated plan that we have, so much has changed since 2011 that, we definitely need to look for either new partnerships or partnerships that have changed in order to move this organization and keep it moving forward. And I think it's really smart to do this now, since we do have some breathing room, because a lot of stuff has changed since 2011, and we want to make sure that we're innovative and we're always leading, on the leading edge, especially since our aging population demographic is growing much more faster than the kind of working class, younger class demographics. So thank you for bringing this up, and I fully support having these conversations over the next year.
Mark, any input?
No, but I did get a chance to read it though. Thank you for sending.
We want to take a vote on this, but any other input before take a vote on the vote is on taking it forward to council.
It's so moved.
Right.
Be presented to council.
Okay, with the changes.
With the changes.
That are suggested. So the two changes being adding business and then my name. Spelling of my name, and those were the two.
I also.
Oh, one more.
There was a third.
The only government is.
Business and select business stuff. I put
Business.
that in, change of the name. I thought there was a third thing.
There was
No.
Sure, the
discussion.
dates are correct in the work plan.
And dates are reflected of the date.
Okay, so we have a motion, a
A
second. Okay, so all in favor of going forward to council with this document with the changes mentioned? say aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, so we have been speak with city council.
Very good. So I will clean this up and Katie and I have a meeting on this week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are meeting and I think the next conversation is formulating our schedule and what topics will be at each opportunity that we get together. We also have talked about planning, tours of other facilities. And so we'll be discussing how the logistics of that are gonna happen. And so we may incorporate that in here if we get organized.
We're meeting next Friday.
Next Friday, yeah. Well, then I think I'll probably launch this sooner than that. But this gives them the idea that we'll be a year, and I think that's important. Thank you.
All right. So, for all of the EBNC. Correct, anything else there, under 4, covered all of it,
Dating friendly community.
yeah. Is that, did you talk about that at all? Were you talking about that in terms of the website, or did you have more to add?
I have just so you more to add. I'm actually gonna have, is this the time you'd like to hear what we're doing on our current goals? Let's go ahead and have Heidi speak to your report for why your outreach is a part of the age-friendly communities and what we're doing with it and the results of the last few months.
Okay.
And feel free to toot your own horn. That's pretty awesome.
All right,
Yeah, please do.
It's good. Hi, everyone. Thanks for letting me come and share. It's been pretty exciting. So first off, with Age Friendly, right? We have multiple domains in our Age Friendly plan, whether that's transportation or it's occupying and developing access in civic spaces. It also touches on housing and which touches on healthy homes. So we kicked off in September our brand new outreach to our mobile home and manufactured home communities. And so within that, the goals of that particular outreach is to certainly reach more seniors within those communities. Elevate our Fix It Brigade services by helping, by targeting the unique challenges and needs of mobile manufactured homeowners. So this touches on climate resiliency. The structures themselves, they're different. They're more vulnerable to extreme heat, to extreme cold, to air quality considerations. Research demonstrates that well over 40% of inventory here in Salem is outside of, was built outside of 25 years or more. So that means, we even have in statewide, I think it's like 2% that are built in the 1950s. So that's a huge difference. So it means that there's a lot of vulnerabilities there. You might remember that we did our energy and resource fair this last summer as a way of kind of bringing focus to healthy homes and energy efficiency and using our partners. All of that came out of this research working with our mobile and manufactured homes. The other thing that's unique about mobile manufactured homes for us is that they are kind of villages in that they they're intentional communities. They're 55 and over. People move there with an intention for affordability, for peer-to-peer social networking, for activities, and a desire to age in place well, right? So that by itself is a draw. The other thing about it is that a lot of these parks have underutilized community halls and buildings. Right? So if I'm a resident and a mobile home owner, I moved to this community because I have these ideas that fit very well within a age-friendly or aging in place model. I want to live independently. I want to be stay in my own home for as long as possible, and I want to be able to rely on friends and family when and if the time happens. But a lot of folks who move into these communities and they have that goal in their heart, like most of us do, 85% adults say that they want to be able to age in place. It may not be an active conversation in these communities. And that's where we can come in and support with our village model, with our partnerships and resource disbursement. But what is also true is that all by my lonesome, when I've gone out into these communities, I can talk about these big ideas, age-friendly community. I can talk about aging in place and the value of intentional neighboring and supporting one another. And I can talk about the resources addressing isolation and loneliness that we've developed over the years, whether that's our Friendly Caller program, our visitor program, our canine program. I can talk about the Exit Brigade. I can talk about our new transportation program. But what's been really exciting is that since September, we've been able to introduce the Connection Kitchen. And the Connection Kitchen is a mobile noontime meal that comes to the facility that utilizes that space, creates an affordable noontime offering, a hot meal or a soup salad sandwich kind of combination just for $5. And, I've been working with older adults for a long time. My earlier career was as the director of Salem Kaiser Meals on Wheels. And so it's kind of in my DNA that food brings us together, right? And it's been fun because that's exactly right. I can talk about the big stuff, but a meal creates community and friendship and the social context for sharing in a way that we haven't seen with our outreach efforts communities. We started off with 4 of our parks. These parks that we've been able to go into, they have very little resistance to between their corporate office and management and residents. There is already a structure in place where there's indemnification agreements with residents and there's waivers for residents and things. So they're a little user friendly for us to come into. Kathleen, I know you're thinking about your part and eventually we're going to get there. I hope so. But so we've been able to go to Sunnyside out south, Sundown, Paradise Island, one's on Turner, one's on Lancaster. We've also decided to reach out to our housing authority, older adult community. So we've also been visiting Southview Terrace. We started out in September, 1 visit a month to each of these facilities. About 15 to 20 people came out to be with us, which was a great start. And then in October, those numbers doubled at each of the locations. And so we were able to bring that meal out, converse, resource table, and micro programming and orientation about what the heck are we doing here? That was September. And then in October, we brought Odelia out with us and she did a micro program using our Silver Sneaker stretch model. And that was fabulous, right? This next month in November, we're going to be expanding even more. We'll be visiting the Inglewoods, both East and West, which is Salem Housing Authority, and also we'll be going to, uh, get it right, Pioneer Village out in West, to, senior living communities. And then we also will be visiting Arrowhead and Center Street Mobile Home Park. Now, here's the exciting thing. The outreach, just the sheer reach of these programs. 1,278 new homes.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and we're just getting started. As far as meal delivery, well, if we doubled our numbers, we've already made about 150 trips. And that's just thrilling. So that's my brief but spectacular story, but it is a really fabulous outreach. It fits beautifully within the age-friendly format. It is a natural extension of all of the work that we've done prior to COVID, through COVID, and as my mama puts it, our belly buttons head in the right direction.
Who's helping you? Who's doing the food or the lunches? So we, Friends received the funds to buy the food truck and employ a team. And so we have a part-time cook and a part-time sous chef who
So they bring a
operate.
food truck.
We have an actual large 23-foot fully equipped kitchen that has everything you need to prepare meals. And that food truck pulls up, we open the window and people think they're going to a food court and they think it's cool. This would not be possible if it wasn't for our Friends organization receiving the $2.7 million grant from a local donor. So this is not being paid for by the city. It is being paid for 100% by that donation that came. And the staffing is paid for the first 3 years until it can start turning enough profit to support a position. It is not designed to make big money. It's just, it has to cover its own cost. The other piece of it that we're adding on, but in a little bit of a blip right now because of the food stamp card issue or the Oregon Trail card issue, is we designed it to be a micro market so that when we're out at these places, people can get basic groceries with their Oregon Trail card from us. 6 eggs, a pint of milk, half a loaf of bread, small quantity amounts that seniors are really needing, so to reduce food waste and get their dollars to go further. But there's a little, we're kind of working on that. I would not expect a micro market until spring or a little later, just to let us get through this whole government shutdown and all the things that's going on. But we do know in these communities that transportation and access and mobility is such a huge issue. I had one woman at one of the, it's been several people, but one in particular that stands out said to me, I never leave this property. I do not drive anymore. And you bringing this restaurant to me today, I am just so excited, you know. And she was saying, I will be back every month because I don't go anywhere. And so in this moment, she felt really pretty special. And where can you go for $5? You got a baked potato with homemade vegetarian chili on it, a green salad, fruit, water bottle, and a cookie for $5.
Wow.
So it was a great.
I was gonna say, can we show up?
So we are working on getting a published calendar or a published flyer that has all of our locations, because you are more than welcome to pop in and get food from this truck when you see it out and about. We're really working on that. Getting commitments from places and getting organized takes a little bit of work. Some of these places don't really have anyone in charge or on site, and so we're having to maneuver.
So is the food truck, is it like pulling up outside of one of the underutilized community spaces so they can, okay, so they get their food, they can go in a common area and sit?
The whole,
Age
yeah,
and,
the whole point is we're trying to activate their clubhouse
okay,
so that they will be building on that momentum. that they're gonna come together for this meal, they're gonna engage with their neighbors. Next thing you know, they're volunteering in the Fix-It Brigade to help a neighbor's property. Now somebody's excited and they're starting a card group. We're trying to activate because we don't have the resources to fully program that building. So we are giving it.
I can think of all kinds of programming I
How
can.
do they know how much food to bring?
It is a guess and we do really well. We've always run out of turkey, so we're gonna have to work on that. But, we have never not been able to feed anyone. They just may not be able to get ham over turkey or turkey over ham. So we're working on it.
That is awesome.
Great.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So information reports.
Or we're done, okay.
We already approved that. That was just a
That was
note.
it. Oh, there was just the note. Okay, I didn't know if there was something up there.
I do have one question. Do we have, what's the, what does it say on the food truck?
It is, if you haven't seen it, it's on Facebook, but it is a gorgeous black truck that's fully marked out with Connection Kitchen and Micro Market, Center 50+, the wheel of 7 dimensions of wellness, and then of course, pictures of seniors eating and a fruit display, but it's marked up with website, phone number. The law requires that you have to be able to contact the person, you have to know who is serving the food in a very visible space. So all 4 sides of ours is marked with website, phone number, locate, everything.
Is there any place that indicates that this is provided through a donation?
100%.
Generous
Yep, it has the
donation.
logo of that, has Friends logo, and it has Mountain West
Good.
philanthropic on it.
And it's new.
What's your
It's
question?
Shiny. It's
shiny and
very
new, but
attractive.
fully marked with everybody.
That is awesome.
Because we're out in the community, because somebody may not ever get here, but they see it there. So people understand, oh, I just voted for this, as opposed to, oh, a donation fee.
Mhm.
Great.
Right. But you know what? I think it's really excellent to not just educate that this was a private donation, but to educate that this is a community need that was not being met.
Absolutely.
And that through the age-friendly communities, we've identified that this is a need that could be. We don't want to ever act as if it's not worthy of being a program that the center would do anyway, if they had money.
Well, and the other thing, as we look at their strategic plan, we have been very blessed by Mountain West in a number of different initiatives. And that may not always be there should the person who makes those decisions pass away. So we've got to look at that piece as well. How do we fill in those gaps and continue to grow those kinds of opportunities? Because that's, I think, something happened throughout Salem is some of the people that have built Salem on the side of, great donations to great things are passing away, and with that, those donations go away.
Well, and we're facing, there are multiple large campaigns going on. We have Marion Pope Food Share. They have their big campaign. We have Humane Society, the dog place, yeah. We have some major capital campaigns and fundraising going on right now because the needs are so great. And so we're not the only one out there asking. So you're right. It's what does our plan look like? Yeah.
Where is the food coming from?
We purchase it.
And that's whoever goes out and just looks for meals, and we're trying to.
No, we have a couple of places that we purchase from. We don't chase deals all over town. We kind of stick with one company or 2 companies, mainly because you do lose your efficiency when you have individuals out shopping for small deals. And so we do have a common person that's out shopping, has some few favorite places, but we do avoid that. We've done that before. We have one person running out and getting pop. We have another person running across town to get bread. By the time we paid gas and time and all those things, it was cheaper to go to these primary people.
And in this case, the shopper is also being paid, so that would delete your savings.
Yeah.
True.
But they buy their food, and then we are gonna pair our truck though with the donation season. So we have the harvest, what's it called? Great, the harvest group,
Salem Harvest.
Oh, sorry.
Salem Harvest.
Yeah.
They bring in fruit, they bring in vegetables. We will use that to give to people when they come to the truck. We will not post that. Now we'll have an avenue to get it outside of this building.
Yeah.
Right now, we don't have a way. It kind of rots out front. This'll be like, okay, let's get that fruit out.
Okay, we just have a few minutes left, so you want
Yeah.
to give your update?
Yeah, let's, my staff's here, so I want them to give a short. Wendy is here, why don't you come up front? Wendy's here from Respite, and then Jasmine, are you sitting over?
Right there.
She'll come back. Jasmine will give us an update on volunteers, but we'll zip through that. Respite, Wendy Kilgore is our respite coordinator. If you have anyone that has caregiver needs, you need to refer them to Wendy because she is our person.
Thank you. So the participation overview this month, total participants in the program is 184 people for the month of October. The breaking it down, we've got Among Friends, 130 people, and Time with Friends was a total of 54. So the average daily attendance Among Friends was an average daily total of 10 people, which is actually down just a little bit. And Time with Friends at 11. So total volunteer hours were marked at 233 hours. So our mission moment is going to be really for the future here. We're coming up on the Christmas season, and I always do an art fair. So our participants are enthusiastically preparing for the 11th annual Art from the Heart art show. And this year's theme is Seasons of the Heart, draws inspiration from the stunning colors of each season in Oregon. You're all invited. So
What's the date?
The date is Thursday, December 4th, and the time is from 3 to 6, right here at the center of the lobby area. So family caregiver seminar for this month is going to be exploring care and support services, and the speaker is also.
Thank you very much. Isn't that a great report? Come to Art from the Heart, please. It is a reception. We have Little Light Food, and this year we have some music. We have
The French horn.
French horn is gonna be there, and it's gonna be lovely.
Nice.
And it's just so wonderful to see the art up and hopefully there'll be a few of our folks there that you can see their families and their pride and their.
I expect everyone to be there and their families, so the date is December 4th. It starts at 3 and goes till 6. It's gonna be buzzing at 3, so.
And Wendy, I'm gonna go ahead and open the Connection Cafe at that time. I'm thinking Christmas shopping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, what a good idea.
Sounds good.
There will be a lot of different art there, so yes, please put that on your calendars.
So I'm giving you a sneak peek at something, but you have to give it back to me because I need every copy I have. Couple of things, please put on your calendar. Next Tuesday, November 11th is, the center is closed, but we are having our Veterans Day luncheon. That is at 11:30. It's sponsored by Dignity Memorial Care as well as 7-Eleven stores. And we will have a beautiful ham and chicken dinner. We'll have cake. We have the French horn coming back. It's a very light program this year. I am not having a big keynote speaker. I think we're gonna really just focus on being together, some poetry, flag salute, some poetry. It's gonna be really nice. So come out, please. 11:30, it will be over by 1.
I'm in charge of Salem's American Legion. Would you like for us to come or?
I would love it.
Okay.
And if you wanted to bring a color guard, I would love that more.
I can get a hold of a color guard too.
Thank you. Let me know
Partner
today.
with JR, you see out of.
I'd love it.
Okay, so we will be there.
Thank you.
Yep, I'll send notice out today.
Perfect. And you could think you might be able to get me a color guard because North Salem High School couldn't. North Salem High School can't come, so if you give me a color guard, they have too many commitments.
I'll talk to Jason,
Okay.
see what we can do, otherwise we'll
Okay. Secondly, on November 16th, trying something brand new, never done before, we are doing a Northwest Harvest Sunday brunch from 10 to 2. We have Pear Blossom music that will be playing pretty much the whole time. RSVP is required, reservation is required, table assignment is required. It's gonna be beautiful, from waffle bars to meat bars to potato bars to, I mean, it's gonna be beautiful, and fresh squeezed orange juice for
What's the
mimosas.
date on that again?
That's Sunday, the 16th of November. That is coming up. Then the art show, really important. Christmas Eve, Maryville Food Share is closed. They are closing Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and the day after Christmas. So Center 50 Plus is going to step up, and we will do a soup and pie party on Christmas Eve with caroling and music by what's it called? It was last year's group. It has a funny name. Wackaboo, or it's really great, and they'll be here, so we'll have music and we'll have gifts and it'll be lovely. Christmas Eve, then we are closed. Regular 11:30 to 2, I think, is our hours that day. We're gonna show a movie,
Oh, cool.
and there'll be games and people can do what they want, but it'll be a party. Then Christmas Day, we are open, and then the day after Christmas Eve, the cafe will be open. And we'll be doing
Christmas
soups and,
Day, you are.
we are closed on Christmas Day, sorry.
Dead open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christmas Day, we are closed, but we are open Christmas Eve and the day.
But Christmas Eve, it's only, how late again?
We're only programming till 2.
Oh.
Yeah. And we'll probably close early on that day because it gets pretty quiet. Other things coming up, April 30th. That is a ways out, but I want you to put it on your calendar. We are bringing in, Salem Health gave us some money. And we have some other sponsors coming in, and we are having a free event at Willamette University, hopefully. Hopefully. And it is Ashton Applewhite. She is a speaker, TED Talk phenom on ageism. She's coming in and she's leading us. And then we have a concert by Sage Q Plus Allies, a wonderful choir out of Portland. They're going to come and do a short show for us. So it'll be a great speaker, about 45-minute speaker on ageism, and she's a hoot, followed by this great music by Sage Q Plus Allies. And it hopefully is going to be at Willamette University, but no matter what, we're having it. We just don't know where.
Where the time?
At 6 p.m.
What was the date on that again?
April 30th. The last thing is you are going to start hearing about upcoming events. Cup of Joe is in March. We're planning that. It's already here. And then, you know what? I'll send it out.
Okay.
It's April 6th. It's March 6th, I believe.
Okay.
But I don't put that on anything.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the Thursday, whatever that day is.
Okay, the 5th, but send it out.
The 5th is it?
So we can put it on.
Thursday's the 5th, yeah. We'll send that out. It's on my calendar on the big wall. We are showing the.
February 14th.
February 14th, sorry. February 14th, in the evening, we are showing Age of Love. And it's a documentary about a group of seniors that did speed dating. We're bringing it back, and we're gonna be doing a speed dating event in a couple of weeks after Valentine's Day. So, but the movie itself is touching and wonderful, and it is going to be either here at Center 50 Plus, or it's gonna be at the Broadway Theater. So, Age of Love, and it's in the evening. But I don't have my exact time. We're trying to get the director to come, but he is a full-time caregiver to his mom, so he's not sure if he'll be able to fly out from Boston like he did before, but it is going to be a great evening. And so lots going on. This little document here, I'll bring next time for you to look at. Friends of Center 50 Plus right now is hired contour consultants to work with them to determine what is Friends' potential to raise more funds to support Center 50 Plus in the future. So they are doing interviews with our top 40 donors and supporters to ask them, what's your appetite for supporting the center in a greater way? And do you think that this plan, Age on Purpose, and what goes on inside of it is things that we've talked about, if it's something that resonates with them. So we'll bring this back at next month's meeting. And you'll get an opportunity. It's a beautiful document, lays out our goals, talks about what Heidi's doing, talks about the food truck program. It talks about maybe some development support. But it's asking the community before we launch into some campaign that can't be done. We're doing some investigating and saying, we have this $2.7 million grant currently. Could we match it? Would the community be able to match it to secure our long-term future? Would they? That's the question. So next time, I was gonna give it to you, but I can't now.
So we're not meeting in December.
We are not meeting in December. We will meet in January.
So it's in January.
In January. January 6th, 2026.
Wow.
Wowza, we're only 4 years away from 2030. Isn't that so weird? Oh, goodness. So we'll talk about this. Friends will be looking at that this next month. And then we'll be able to look at this in January and we'll talk about it and be prepared to be wowed because it's one beautiful document. And I'd like to say I wrote it, but I didn't. But let the expert be.
You could say it.
Hmm?
You could say it.
I could say it, but.
So are you passing those around for us to look at?
I am not, because I can't give these, they cost me $6 a booklet. And I'm holding on to them until.
You promise to sit right here and you glance.
If you wanna sit right there and glance at it while I clean up the room, you can, but you have to give it back to me. Who wants to glance at it?
We adjourn.
Yes.
All right.
Adjourned.
The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Anyone wanna glance at it?
Okay. I did just.
I have my own.
Okay, I'll talk to you next.
Oh, great picture you up there.
Yeah.
Okay, what your Friday looks like.
I'm at conference in California, I leave tonight, and then I come back to my Friday at 4:30, but I can meet like Monday or something like that, I can look at my calendar. Okay, let me look that up, but yeah, okay,
I still wanna keep the one that's on Friday.
yeah,
I was
do
just
that.
thinking maybe.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Thank you. Sounds good. See you later.
Thanks for being president today.
See you later.
Marilyn?
Okay, everybody, thank you. There was one bird.
Still.
That's falling. Thank you, whoever's still there.